I'm gonna defy the timer. I don't... You know what? A timer cannot restrict a kobold. Hi everyone. I might still sound a little weird. I'm still kind of sick, but I'm feeling a lot better than the past few days. Hi everyone. Hope you are doing good. Also, thanks for the raid, Ixon. Oh my god. It's weird how that still doesn't
tile
work.
rack pet pit tile rack pet pit tile rack pet pit tile rack pet pit tile rack pet pit.
All the pets, oh my god. Thank you, Nexus. Also, hi. I hope you are doing good. It's been a while. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Also, hi. Hi, Level. Hi, Louis Fox. Hi. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Exon. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm finally back. God, I miss being here, and I don't know how long I can stream, to be honest. I'm still feeling slightly dizzy, I think. Well, not now anyway, but I feel like, you know, you might see me playing Counter-Strike every night with my friend. Right? And I feel like after playing about like two hours, I think, and then I start to feel a little bit like dizzy. So I don't know, when I'm feeling, if I'm feeling kind of I'll probably just stop there. I probably cannot stream for a long time since I'm still kind of but yeah, I do miss being here. I hope you're doing good. Friendly and charming Kobold. Wow. You're the charming one. Oh.
Tile rack stare.
I've been stared. It's a reed. Is that reed? Oh my god, it's a cool name for a dragon. Hi Brian. May I join you later maybe? If you want, sure. If you don't mind having me, you know, like being bad at the game. But I think last night, and sorry, for the past few nights actually, I've been playing with my friend, and I found the one, you know, I found the one for Kobold, by the name of pewpews. The gun's good. I can shoot and run. What do you call it again? There's a word for it, right? Run and gun? Yeah, run and gun. You can run and gun. And Kobo just loves running around, so why not? Don't worry, I'm watching the game. Now it's okay. We you know, we can be bad together. It's fine. Hi, Soren Napalm. Welcome. I'm trying to hydrate myself like as much as possible since I'm still feeling but I just want to be here today. It's been a while. Also, yes, we will be listening to this Pokemon Lo-Fi while we play Counter-Strike, because why not? We can call our dual name the Vacuum. Sorry, my brain immediately went to come immediately. Cause we suck. And Steve's Komo's gun, but no, it's mine. I found it. I love how, you know, because I couldn't think of a title, so I just like the same title and then plus the sequel. We've been Kobold.
Tile rack blep rookie hug.
Rookie hug? The hug. Thanks for the 100 gems. Oh yeah, I never said this, but thanks for the sub, Nexus and Woe. Thank you. choo-choos the train. The train has been choo-chooed. I'm surprised there's a hype train going on. Thank you. But yeah, I mean... Shit, what do I want to do again? Oh yeah, I want to say something. Something that I disapprove, right? So... Oh, heck.
Oh, Tyra, heck you're cute.
Heck you're cute. Heck you're cute. Thank you, Evie. 100 gems. Oh my god, it's Oreo. Add more fuel to the train. More fuel to the train. More fuel. Also, alright, I was about to say, Hi, Kobold. I accidentally updated OBS, and now OBS looks like shit. And because of that, I cannot really read the chat as much anymore. Thanks, OBS. I didn't... Oh... Whoa, thank you! To Evie? Oh my god, thank you. Yeah. Now, it's like... I think I can show myself for a little bit, it's fine. You wanna see Vortex? Can you see Vortex? Oh shit. See, the layout just changes like everything. Because my screen is a lot smaller on the other one, the chat box is now so small, the bottom part is now forcefully very big, and yeah, it's like when I move to the other screen, I can hardly see the chat box, and it's like, god damn it, you know. Why did I accidentally update OBS? I don't know. I pressed the wrong thing. I was blurred. Like, no. Well, I updated it. I guess I cannot really do much other than to get used to it, I guess. It'll be fine. I'm just gonna take some time to get used to. If I miss some chatters, that is the reason, alright? Because now the chat box is like about half my screen. It's very small. So I'll try my best still. But for now, I want to minimize this. I want to play County Strike. Look, I played 200 hours. Also, I changed my Steam name to Tira, finally. I was talking to my friend, this one. You might notice their name is like Desi Bing Panas. Desi Bing Panas, right? That's okay. The T C is cream, Bing is ice, Panas is hot. That's his name. I was like, oh, I should change my name as well. And it's like, oh, let me change my name to this. Haha, smooth. I was like, oh, what is that name? No, it's just under the other name that I like to sound. It's just under the name that I like to see. It's like, oh, okay. Smooth. So smooth, I know. You sound so soothing. Ooh, I'll take it. Even though my voice is kind of... You know, my throat still hurts, but I appreciate that. Thank you. I also put I put the microphone a little bit closer to my mouth because I couldn't speak too loud, so that's why. I mean I'm not at kissing range, but a lot closer since I cannot speak loud. It hurts. Hi, Bad Gamer. How Kobold doing today? Kobold is doing pretty good, surprisingly. You know, considering that I've been sick for a whole week. But I'm doing pretty good, yeah. And I miss being here. Also, one thing about Counter-Strike is that Counter-Strike is the first game that I encountered that it doesn't allow game capture to capture the game. It needs to set launch option, allow third-party software or something like that, so that we can use game capture on Counter-Strike, and it's like, what? That's like the weirdest shit ever. So I'm just using display capture. You guys can see the... Whoa, what the fuck? That was trippy. So you guys can see me doing this, you know, you can see the bar, it's fine. Nothing too bad. Also, I think I might want to lower the graphics.
Chicken
Yip,
nuggy.
Yip.
Chicken nugget. Chicken nugget. Might leave you at a competitive disadvantage, particularly indoors. I got a hype chest. I got a chill girl emote. Thanks for the hype train. Button mash. Oh, we got the same one. So much yippee. We love yippee. Kinda mad right now because I was playing BO6. Zombies. Doing an Easter egg that was hard, almost beat it, but I ended up dying. It happens, I guess. I mean, if it's hard, then yeah. Black Ops? Don't think I heard of it. But zombies though. I mean, zombie sounds fun. Is it like shooting bang bang game? You can shoot zombies in the game? That sounds nice. Ooh, that's weird. Wait, no grass means it's easier now? Well, fuck. Who needs grass? It's blocking things. Who needs this? Right? I can even look at our own hand. Yeah, no grass, thank you very much. Performance decrease the quality of HDR rendering but potentially increase performance and reduce GPU memory use. How bad does it look? Looks fine to me. It gets harder throughout the rounds, which is how I died. So it's something like Vampire Survivor then. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, I mean, this is good. And it looks like it doesn't take as much resources now. Yeah, see? Wait, while this is rendering, it's only taking like 60%? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, this is good. This is actually really good. Oh, hell yeah. Also, with Google, I think I need to make Google run at 144p. There we go. Alright, let's play. So I was playing casual when I was playing alone, but most of the time when I play with my friend, it's basically just competitive. It's fun. And I think I kind of want to focus on these 3 maps only today. I think that's fine. I mean, usually it does too. See how many wins I got? Considering that I always lose, I got 21 wins. That's crazy. Also, okay, let's match. Wait. Done. No more MVP volume because I don't want to get copyright strike. Alright, now we can play. Yeah, with the Pokemon Lo-Fi, it's good. I know Pokemon Lo-Fi and Counter-Strike doesn't really blend in together, but I like it. The only reason why I didn't finish the Easter egg is because there was one thing I needed to find and I checked the whole map, couldn't find it at all. Easter eggs. The thing that drives people insane, Easter eggs. I don't know if the game is too loud, honestly. I'll put it at 89. I think CS can be a relaxing game. In some cases, honestly, yeah, it does. Like to me, if I just kind of want to shoot the gun, pew pew, that's pretty much it. I think it's pretty chill. I like it, right? But when it comes to pairing competitively, there are some elites out there who is a crybaby when they think they're really good, but they cannot carry this particular noob right here. I'm raising my hand. They start to like cry and start to like shout at everyone because they keep losing. I had a bit of rough night with sleep last night. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Depressant withdrawal equals insomnia. And the brain joke while almost asleep was terrifying. Oh shit. Damn, I'm sorry. Hopefully today it's better. Casual is my realistic mode, to be honest. No one cares if I screw around in casual. That's fair. I mean, I play casual as well, but casual is like 10v10, and then everyone is just so scarily strong there. I cannot even shoot a gun and my head got exploded. It's still fast. Hope you don't run into any toxic players. Honestly, me too. But it happens because it's a free game, so toxicity is unavoidable. But let's hope to keep it a minimal amount, yeah? High metal. Oh my god, eat the kobold. Hope you're doing good. One Easter egg where it's mega boss fight with multiple phrases. Mirachi? Hey, if you get knocked off the path, you have to restart the fight, so it's kind of frustrating. Oh no. So it's like, what? Wait, so it's a horde shooter, but you cannot move around as much because there's like a place you can fall down? Ew. Ew, hello? Who thought that's a good idea? I'm not playing that. Shit pisses me off. I move out the next phase of it all. One tablet every second day, no less than one. It's day 3, second off day today, and business is fun. It's rough. Just the sound of it's pretty rough. Want a party member? Sure, hell yeah. Also, PPP John. Look at this. So stable. Okay, it's disabled. Oh, someone's not here already? Wow, that was fast. Some nightmare for you. I think we have a Twitch user here, Cat Jam. Like I just imagine getting it down the last bit of ever getting knocked off, I'll be really mad. Yeah, I mean, if I hear a game that allows you to shoot zombies, but it has, I mean, a horde shooter essentially, And then it doesn't allow you to move around as much. Limits your movement essentially. It's like, what? I would just not play the game entirely. Shit sucks. You give me a horde shooter where there's hordes and hordes of zombies trying to get you down, and then you don't have places to move around? Huh? Huh? What? No. No. Also, did you know if you press control too fast, your leg hurts, and then now this is your crouching speed? If you spam it too fast, it's super slow, it's super delayed. I think this is kind of neat. You can just spam control, it's like, oh, I'm a pro gamer. Four versus 5, let's go, we got this. And that guy just bought all utility. Guess I'll buy a smoke. Did you just throw a decoy? No, you threw smoke randomly? Not the smoke. Smoke is so good. Decoy? Oh my god. I actually didn't even check if someone came out from the supermarket. That was my bad. Oh my god, wait, we have a pro? This guy 4 kills? Whoa, gosh diggity dang. Alright, it's PPP Jong time. Going mid? Wow. Brave. Oh, Jesus. No chance. Honestly, I should just hit. Just hide and not engage with them. Now this guy is gonna carry a big carry us. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I don't know how to throw the window smoke. If I know we have a better time, you know, not dying, I guess. Actually. We're rushing out? These guys are crazy. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? They were running and I got headshot? That was unfortunate. This is tough. Oh my god! I was trying to hide there. Well, not hide. I was trying to smoke that a hole. Not a hole, but the pathway to A is what I'm trying to say. Damn. Two of them jumping. Lucky. Damn! Holy shit! Actually pro. Last one is the AWP. Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad. Like, this guy is actually pro. Actually pro. Look at my damage. I'm so shit. I'm actually so shit. I'm just getting headshot every day. I feel terrible. That should block it, yeah. Got him. Damn. Oh shit. How the fuck? I think they have a shorter route, but this guy is good, I believe. Oh, they open. Yeah, people are so good at this game, especially around Southeast Asia. People are sweaty as fuck. Hide. Oh. Oh no! This one is just pro gaming. Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! They're just pro gaming. I'm leagues away from these guys' skill level. Like, they're too good. I should have expected it. One person exploring the exact location do. It doesn't destroy anything. I mean, it's what the game wants, right? This is like role playing, I guess. How do I counter that shit? They always want to go there, right? I don't know if that's right, honestly. Someone's above. Oh my god, cum jar? Ooh, got him! That was scary. Hi, Serene. You learned the smoke spots? I didn't. I was just randomly throwing it. It's a fluke. That was a lie. Oh, they surrendered.
Counter-terrorists win.
But I clutched that round. It's okay. I did good. I'll take it. That was a win in my book. Yeah, GG. That was a win in my book. Should I be in this corner? Oh! I'll be in the Discord. Give me a second. Oh, yeah. I think this is right. What? Why did I hear enemy?
Oh, that's my intro thing when I join anyone.
Oh, you can change that?
Yeah, you can change that.
And so it's not just like the usual.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Oh, I remembered all my settings. That's nice.
Metal, I found a kobold gun. PP Bijong.
Did you?
Yeah. The gun that has 64 bullets. I can just hold the button.
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just...
Need more pink and purple guns, by the way.
Yeah, we need more purple. Especially purple guns. Also, I forgot to change my ping. I'll probably to like 150.
Hey, it's not War Thunder.
What?
At least it's not War Thunder ping, so it'll be good.
Is War Thunder ping very bad?
From anyone in Australia, yeah.
Oh, yikes.
250 minimum.
Minimum? What?
Who was that? That was an Eevee that popped up. That was adorable.
There was Eevee?
Yeah, an Eevee popped up for a second there. That was adorable.
I didn't see it. I did hear some Eevee noises. Although I couldn't confirm there was Eevee noises, but now it's confirmed. Is it because it's Monday, so there's not a lot of people playing?
I have No.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I take back what I said. Immediately a slap on the face.
He'd be like, yeah, nah, hi.
Oh my god, it's this map again.
It was Eevee. That was
It was
adorable.
That was adorable. Wait, where's metal? Oh, here's metal. Oh, I think this is around my server, so you're at, yeah. Oh, your ping is 121. Oh no!
Not that worse.
I'll try my best. I shouldn't bother utility.
Bomb over there, huh?
My head got shot off.
Wow.
The dot is so good. Ooh. Oh my god. The swarm. I feel like today my head has some sort of a bullet magnet. I'm getting headshots like crazy today.
Yeah.
Oh, not me getting headshot. Me getting headshot ED. Oh my god, no one's at B. PPP Jong.
Yeah, it sounds like they went B.
Feels like it.
Ooh, candy apple.
I saw one in supermarket. Oh. One in apartment that's dead. The last one is at supermarket, I think. Nice. Wait, is that a desert eagle with a burger on it?
Yeah, it has a burger.
Oh my
And
god,
it's got the
burger.
only Australian sticker that was from the only Australian team that played like a long time ago.
Think that was Havoc, it says?
Yeah, I think it was Team Havoc. Yeah, I can't remember. Well, that's one of the players that was in the team. I can't remember.
I took someone else's PPP Jong.
Oops, I forgot the night grenades.
I have one nade. This is a nice looking PPP Jong.
Sounds like they're middle again to be. Ah! Nope, one there.
1A. They are
1A.
splitting up. Oh, one on top. A top. Oh, Kobold's down. Oh,
Yeah.
Kobold got a big head. I think I do have a big head, kind of. Is someone there? Damn.
probably gonna get to the AWP, just hang on to it.
Yeah. That was the AWP.
There it is.
Yeah. I don't use AWP, thank you very much.
I just hear a car in game. That's cool.
What?
I just heard a car in game from like behind the fence.
Maybe they changed it?
Throwing fire. Laying down smoke.
I think they're middle to B, question mark?
Probably.
I'm at B and
Oh, I hear one.
I'm not hearing anyone at B.
Yeah, one above me on A.
I'm going mid to C. Okay, I hear someone at B. Yep. There's flashes at B. 2. Oh, that was 2 at B. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it. Oh, there was one behind you.
Yeah. But they won't get the AWP because I threw it in a corner.
Yeah.
Wrong button. I bought a Zeus.
They're gonna wish they were never born.
A has flashes. Haven't seen anyone yet.
Mid. I hear 2.
Mid to B, 1. Honestly, this is the first time me doing call-outs in English. I don't know if I'm calling it out right, to be honest. Oh, AWP.
Yep, AWP. They call B.
Are we rushing in? Or are we going sneaky beaky like?
They always below. I'm going A check just in case. The last one at A. God damn it, I cannot.
Okie dokie.
No, I'm so bad, I'm sorry.
Nah, it's okay.
I couldn't hold.
Let's move out. Flashbang.
He's just camping there on the side of spawn.
At their own spawn? Think they might come B? I don't think so.
Yeah, they're probably coming to you. I hear one. Oop, in front of you.
There was one at B. Yeah, no. Hi, Chip. Nice to see you feeling better. Yeah, I'm feeling much better. Although speaking still kind of hurts, so I'm putting my mic very close to me, so I don't need to speak very loud.
We're on.
How would you jump with that? It's more accurate if you don't.
Oh my goodness. Ooh, okay, nice.
have a skin for this.
Move it, son.
I'm gonna be a dick. Oh, I can't remove it, really? Never mind.
What were you trying to do?
I'm trying to remove the silencer on my M4.
Oh, you use shotgun that time? Damn.
Incendiary out.
There's only one. There's two now.
Oh,
Ooh.
Clear, lads.
interesting music.
Oh, you mean the MVP music?
Let's go.
I think purple's AFK.
Yikes.
Deploying flashbang.
I pressed the wrong thing. Someone came up.
Throwing flashbang.
Oh, top A coming down. Didn't you die from here?
Probably.
Oh, no. Stay at full health. Oh no.
Purple's gone.
Oh, purple is... Oh, crap.
Oh, he was AFK the other round, and yeah. Oh, he's moving now.
Oh, nice.
Grenade out. Throwing fire.
In the bad game again? It's not bad in my book. I love this game. Hi, Jake.
Incendiary.
They're spoken mid to be.
Scaly skin.
Ooh, what the... I didn't see anyone. The ambush. Oh, nice.
No stopping us.
Little bit angry.
A little bit angry. Get him.
Let's have it, lads. Incendiary out.
huh? Okay.
They really love middle.
Laying down smoke.
Wow.
Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Deploying flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Me coming through. Oh, yep, A. Ah,
Ambush.
Piece of cake, so it is.
I did the ambush.
Let's go, my brother.
no, we are the tourists.
We bam.
I'll just buy a grenade, that'll work.
Where we are rushing.
I don't know. I follow blue, I guess.
We follow the small fish.
Oh yeah, I forgot this looked like a bandit gun from Borderlands.
The bomb is sticking down.
Terrorists win.
He didn't survive.
I'm just shooting at the C4.
Sure, why not? Scaly guns, scaly guns.
The hairdryer.
Easy. We killed out.
I tried to get as many as I possibly could back in the day.
The sticker.
Nah, the skin itself. Try to make them. Try to get like all the snake ones and stuff as much as possible.
Oh. Ooh,
My grenade killed him while I was dead.
he got him.
That was great.
Ooh, damn. Hairdryer? Ooh. They're all just shotgunning.
Yeah, gold it.
Nice.
Ooh, that's a nice brass-looking desert eagle. I like that. Apparently, we like B a lot.
We must win.
B again? Hell yeah.
Yeah, apparently we like B a lot.
Yeah. Why not, right? Oh, they're smoking here.
Ow.
Exploded. Oh yikes, my head.
They were waiting. That's why you don't keep going B over and over.
True. Eventually they're gonna guard there a lot. It's fair, it's fair. He doesn't need a rest. No mana. Just kobold things. Do kobolds have mana?
Well, if we're a mage.
Oh, I want to be a magi.
Sorry, that's just how I pronounce it.
Oh, they went Rambo on this.
What are they called? Sorcerers, wizards? Yeah, they normally have mana.
Hmm. Oh. Oh my god, pro gamer.
Holy crap!
How the fuck?
There's gonna be another one.
Oh, this is so scary.
Yep, there is behind.
The window, yeah.
Terrorists win.
That was already like a wonderful play, holy shit.
That's unfortunate. Oh, I've got,
That's a
like, no
bold
money.
play.
Oh well.
Oh no, Kobo has a gun. Hi Solar. Yeah, Kobo has a gun. Think we should go mid? Kobo shooty shooty bang bang. I love shooty shooty bang bang.
What? Where'd that come from?
Why am I so bad? I had the upper hand and I still died.
Apparently Purple liked my AK in that game. It's pretty basic, but okay.
Oh no! The timing.
On site.
Wasn't the last one at point?
Wow.
Did you enjoy their game? Yes, a lot. It's a sad thing that they don't have save file though.
Counter-terrorists win.
Like I was trying to play the game the second time and I have to replay the game. It's like, oh no. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Throwing flashbang. I'll set the bomb.
Easy for you to say. You actually have guns and armor. I don't. Two left. Hold up, am I hearing one on the balcony above me?
On top.
Hey, it's my
Yep.
gun.
Got him!
You will not die.
Hair dryer.
Boom.
A bit sad.
Yeah, let's go. Hey, somewhere different.
Yeah, we got this, Sora. We got this.
Uh,
Now is
I
the
don't approve of the gun someone bought for me. I hate AWP.
flashbang.
Oh, you use AWP? I don't use
Someone
AWP.
bought me an AWP. I hate it. I really, really hate it. I
Yeah,
refuse to use it.
I refuse to use AWP as well.
I'm planted.
Bomb has been planted.
Give me it. Don't spray the AK. Purple's not that good.
Where's the bomb?
They're on the flag.
Where's the bomb? I should have seen where they're trying to like. Ooh.
Oh, that's the trigger. What?
I think I like hair dryer.
Let's go. Throw to the guy. I'm throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Throwing a smoke. Flashbang.
Oh, one is city spawn. They're trying to defeat. Oh, thank you. Nice.
I really hurt them. With a sawn off.
The sound of shotgun.
That
Kablam.
was great.
If only this game has like the 7 days to die silly sound effect. Kablam.
Now that makes me want to play Gunfire Reborn.
Ooh, I mean, Gunfire Reborn is a pretty good game.
Oh, isn't it? So good.
Yeah, I'm just hoping there's like a reptilian character or like a lizard
Oh,
dragon
I bet
character.
they've let it leak that apparently there will be a scaly character of some sort. They haven't said which one
Oh,
and
thank God.
when they will release it, but apparently there will be one. I'm guessing a dragon or something.
Throwing flashbang.
Terrorists win.
Nice.
I was
Ooh,
waiting for him.
Good stuff. Oh my god.
I was waiting for him. I knew he was there.
I got shouted up by Tikaka over sun. Oh my god.
Fish. Need a gun? Oh, no, okay.
Time now, my brother.
Oh,
You're
no,
going-
okay.
Oh my god, we're going A 3 times?
Yep.
Someone's got balls.
Yeah. Oh my
Oh, I
god.
got one of them with a grenade again.
All the yips.
They rushed.
Let's wait for a bit.
Yeah, go, 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 go. Help Flynn, help Flynn. Oh, that's not dead.
Counter-terrorists
Oh.
win.
Sucker! Wow, he was actually low health.
High numbers. Look at this kobold. Oh my god. Look at this sneak. There's 2 kobolds on screen.
Bah!
Wow.
Let's go, let's go.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Window sniper.
Yeah, the window sniper B.
I'm throwing a grenade.
There's one above you. I don't know where the other one is though.
Bomb has been planted.
Fire in the hole.
No, we gotta move. We gotta go help B. Yep, we're coming. We're coming. I mean, hopefully, but you know.
Oh, yikes. One supermarket sniper.
I got flashbanged. I couldn't see.
Yeah, I got a little offer
Do they
commander
have a
going in.
defuse kit?
Yeah, they
got it.
do.
Counter-terrorists win.
I tried. Oh my god, so bad. Oh my god.
Weapon master.
38. Hi, Astro. Okay, fine. Look at this durable. Wow, numbers. I've been looked at. Also, look at metal.
Ah, don't look at me.
Eh. Wait, chip your normal yourself. I got called a lady by an old man today. Felt good. Nice. That's like HRT is working, right? Good stuff. I'm hungry. I had. I'm sorry. I had a nice breakfast. But that was breakfast, so it's been a while.
We should just like invite friends to like spectate if they really wanted to. That'd be a nice feature.
Oh, like friends spectating?
Yeah, because there used to be a old feature in the other Counter-Strikes where a friend could spectate you specifically if they wanted to, like, they were bored or they wanted to learn how to play properly or something.
Oh, I mean that.
But I think they got rid of that because when someone found their way to spectate other people, and then they call it out and then cheat and whatnot. So I think they got rid of it.
People just find a way to cheat in any way possible, I guess. Yikes. Why did I achieve that without being on HRT? I don't know, Jay. Say something about... No, I'm not gonna say it. I don't know, okay, but it's always by some drunkards. Oh. Oh, that doesn't feel good.
No M-Preg, only breed. Wait a minute.
He was trying to figure out what mail to get. Waited a little bit for the side so I wasn't pushing in his way. Eventually, as I was in the rush to get to the bus, I just snuck in and he was like, oh, this lady knows the right one to get.
That takes a while to drink.
Yeah. I help you. I help you. I help you.
Oh, that's a cool skin.
Yo. Look at that hair. Hell yeah.
They look pretty.
I got the bomb. Oh no.
I mean, I'm not saying I'd smash, but...
I wouldn't smash, honestly. It's not Dragon.
What?
Oh. Oh my god, Kakarot is so good.
How do I disable in-game TeamSpeak?
The what? Oh, I didn't shoot a shot. Oh my god.
Let's go, my brother. I'm throwing a grenade.
I got him.
I planted.
Terrorists win.
You will cry like babies before you die.
Why does the Desert Eagle look like a seagull pooped on the tip of it?
Didn't see it.
Here, I'll drop it for you. Here, put it in front of you. There you go.
Oh. Why am I spinning the gun? I cannot see it.
I'll take your old one.
Who?
My brain is coming undone.
Oh, I throw the wrong bomb. Goddamn. I was trying to throw smoke.
Oh, behind you.
What am I doing? Sometimes I don't know.
I don't know what I do half the time.
I was trying to throw smoke. I throw flashbang. Oh my god, ace.
I remember when this used to be a mod. That was fun. Okay, now I just feel old by announcing that.
I didn't hear it.
I remember when this game used to be a mod. Really? Angry and you slashed everyone?
I mean, they aced.
Wow, he's above the doorway.
Woohoo.
Above you.
Counter-terrorists win.
Thank you.
I gave her a gun. Oh.
Are they not racing?
It looks amazing these days. I do dress in dresses. Actually, my very first dress that I got on today. Nice green and white one. Actually, HRT therapist, I went to say endocrinologists usually deny HRT for overweight people. I'm obese! Oh no, I don't think I can do it anymore. I was very close to being unable to. The doctor I saw say he won't usually do it for people with BMI of 35 plus, and I was 34.9. Got lucky there. Pretty much saved my life getting me on that week.
I took the bullet for you.
I'm sorry, I was too late.
It's okay. Now it's 1v2. Oh, ramp on the ramp.
Terrorists win.
Oh, they got him.
Yeah, that's so good.
Cool.
I got told by Breen to go B. Okay.
We must win.
Oh, that was a flashbang.
Yeah, y'all is flashbanging everyone.
Dang.
One in the garage.
Terrorists win.
You think you can kill us?
Bomb now?
Doink.
Bomb has been planted.
Bam. I think they didn't deal with an endocrinologist. My doctor did it under informed consent rules instead. I guess that works.
Move it.
Buddy yellow. I wonder if you can report him for that.
I just think they're rich. Oh my goodness. I cannot see anything.
I'm throwing a grenade. Throwing fire.
Oh no. Shotgun from behind.
Really?
Oh no. What the hell? That's just usual Counter-Strike stuff, I guess.
Look at us go.
Hi, Breen.
Throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang.
Two outside.
I'm planting A. Oh, thanks.
Oh, really? How do you know I was there? He died on, or I died on him. He died on me, or whatever.
I'm the camper. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh,
That's what you get for flashing us all the time.
today you play CS2, tomorrow you're gonna play League or something? Probably not. Most likely not. I mean, if I play League, it's probably only for Aurelian Soul. That's pretty much it. But I think I've been playing CS2 for a long time with friends. I just don't usually stream it. It's just recently I started getting addicted to it. Someone's coming in. How the fuck?
Wow, where's the rest of the team?
I somehow missed every shot.
Oh, they're camping outside. That's what they're doing.
They're gonna come from behind.
Yeah, they're just gonna sit on the flag. Oh, sorry, a bomb.
Yeah, probably.
Look up, look down.
Footsteps.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, shotgun. What slur is he saying? I had them blocked. Sneaky peeky. Oh! I assume the Fanny Burgers is typing a bunch of stuff. The way the footsteps sound on metal makes me think they're wearing heels or something. I learned about a new kind of snake today. A new kind of snake? Never seen before? Snake? I mean... Bring is a cute snake. A beautiful one even.
What? I'm not Blue Archive. What?
They're talking something about Blue Archive, I don't know.
Counter-terrorists win.
I hang on to the gun. The match is gonna be over. Well, the first half is gonna be over soon.
Oh, let's do this. Right, as best we can.
Terrorists win.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I just like to pretend everyone is running around in
Oh, wow.
heels.
Nice skin.
Very... I think all the skins in Counter-Strike is like super expensive, right?
Pretty sure, yeah. Like
Come on, come on, jump, jump.
$300 something if you get one.
I don't think I'll get a skin ever. Unless they somehow make a dragon skin, I don't know. I got. Yeah, planting an A.
Ow.
I didn't expect them to sit there. I was expecting them to sit inside A.
Move it, son.
They're outside. They went B. Oh, okay.
Did they?
Yeah, they went B.
Counter-terrorists
Ooh.
win.
Clear, lads.
Be the heals you wish to see in the world? Are you telling Brain to become heals?
Gear up. We're going in.
We're going in. And then
We're
out.
going in.
And then and then out. Wait a minute, that sounds in
If I had legs one day.
my life in a nutshell.
Throwing flashbang.
All of them looks like they're outside.
Outside, yeah.
I'm rushing in.
Probably gonna be B then.
Grenade out.
Sorry,
Ow.
I blocked you. I'm rushing in to B.
Hey yo, purple gun. Let's go. Black Lotus.
Laying down smoke.
Hi, friend.
Hi.
I'm camping.
You keep an eye on the. Oh,
Counter-terrorists win.
he left? Yeah, he left.
It's connected, but
Oh.
disconnected by user. Oh,
Oh.
huh.
Hey, are you gonna have your gun back, purple?
I'm getting pounded here.
Oh, they gave you back the gun.
I'm
No.
gonna have some fun now. Oh, wait, timed out. I don't think he's coming back.
Yeah. No, not Goku. Block. I don't see that shit in my chat. I'm streaming here. Raiden. Pineapple pizza? I like it though. It's good.
It's a controversy. It's like, if you like it, you like it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference out of the person who does. Oh, you had my idea.
Grenade. I'm rushing in again.
1B? Okay.
Oh, they're planting a B.
Ow. It's a shotgun off! And I won!
Nice.
Let's go! Why is he attacking teammates? You know he can get kicked for that, right? He's our carry!
Yeah, I don't know. I had the diffusing kit.
I forgot to buy one, so... yay.
It's okay, I have one.
I always forget.
Let's move.
Oh, did he reconnect?
Yeah, they did.
Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang.
Yeah, they're at their spawn.
Hmm?
Oh, that was outside in front of you, so they might come into the lobby.
What? What? They're coming in? Oh no!
Yeah, I pulled it.
Fair enough. Oh, they were low. Oh my god, ate all the bullets.
That was great.
That was beautiful. Ooh, ow, ow.
Yeah, B. Woo! Come on, guys. Oh, he's got the rainbow AWP. That looks so cool. The
Oh,
chromatic rainbow.
it's shiny. It kinda shiny.
That's so cool.
Okay, back. I wish I had gummy worms.
Oh no, he's got yeah.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
You're a champion.
They might be friends or something.
Champagne. I don't know.
Could be. I'm using
I go again.
this one. Yeah, spending the big money.
Incendiary. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke.
Red Python shotgun skin.
Night Terror.
They camping again.
Probably. I'm behind you.
Outside going B? Oh, okay.
Grenade. Throwing flashbang.
AWP
Oh,
on the roof. Oh dear. Nope. I think he wanted it.
oh, this is such a weird place.
Oh, that's a niche spot. You're not gonna hit anyone with that thing though.
Did you see someone? I'm not. 63 bullets. What kind of eye? Oh!
Why would you swap?
Damn, I'm spending big money.
Is this where they come?
Move it, move it.
I hope not.
Incendiary out. Throwing flashbang. Smoke.
Oh, they outside again.
Flashbang.
They love being outside.
Apparently.
Grenade out.
Through the smoke. Let's go.
Deploying flashbang.
I came from behind.
Oh,
We're really laying it in a
Blanked.
bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh.
Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh. We won. Oh my goodness.
bingo bango. Oh,
Go.
something's gonna hear the
Gold Nova one? Your competitive nuke skill group is Gold Nova 1. Oh no. How the fuck? How am I
What
Gold Nova? I'm shit. Oh, that was loud.
I haven't even won enough matches to get a ranking yet, I don't think.
I think you need to win like 10.
No idea.
Can I go to like bronze or something? I mean, gold is shiny, but shiny rank means people are all so good.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you get to like twin AK ranking.
The stiletto snake. This one?
Snick.
Oh my god. It has fangs just like I do. So fierce.
It's a weird snake.
So
Must
fierce.
not be real.
They got fangs. Vampire fangs. They're apparently really venomous. But they look so goofy. I love them. Wait, from African Snake Bite Institute? Oh shit. I like the snake because of the vampire fangs. I have fangs, but it's not that long. My fangs are short. Tiny even. You're... I mean... Yeah? I'm pretty sure I'm very short, yeah. Perfect fangies for nibbles? I mean, if I nibble a dragon...
Will they even feel it?
I probably have to like bite them to feel a nibble, I guess. Like a chomp. It's almost like you can see like a dragon look behind them, and then there's like a kobold fiercely chomping down at their butt, and then it's just like it's nothing for the dragon. I always think like the how do I say this? The everyday life of a dragon and a kobold, I always think that it would be very interesting. So I always envision like, oh, a dragon and a kobold together. Ooh. Imagination goes wild sometimes.
Imagine the fanfics.
Never enough. Oh, I'll feel it, but it ain't gonna hurt. True. True.
I mean, one of my favorite Dungeons and Dragons comics is a
Let's roll.
group of adventurers walk into a dragon's den and they're like, can we have our bard back? And then it turns to the dragon and says, I will not part with my necklace of fertility.
Necklace of fertility.
And you can see the bard change around the dragon's neck.
I wouldn't want to part with it too. Ooh. Oh. Angry villager.
Let's make this right as rain.
Oh, it seems to always pair the server that's closest to me, so you have like 100 ping plus.
Oh wait, it says you're Silver 3 here.
Oh yeah, I'm Silver 3 in Dust 2. I'm Gold Nova on Nuke somehow. Oh. I know this dragon. Breen, I know that dragon too. Oh my god. Oh. 5-7?
AFK. We have an AFK.
Oh no. Yeah, we do. Oh, no, they're moving.
Bomb has been planted.
Ooh.
Terrorists win.
Wow, ding dong. All headshots, ding dong. How do I do 101 damage?
Let's move out.
PP John. I love this guy.
TP John. What?
PP John. Why would you flash that?
Gee, thanks for flashing me.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting
Oh
for.
my god. Oh my god,
Can we get a
Salusi.
hot lizard lady to cheer on our kobold strike?
Thanks for the cheer on the hot lizard lady. I love hot lizard lady.
Laying down smoke.
I still think there should be male senators, but like mega rare. Maybe that's the trans in me. Yeah, you know what? That would be cool. Oh damn.
That's a nice looking knife.
香精煎鱼. That's sweet sausage fried fish.
Mr. Sausage.
Oh, bam bam bam. Oh!
Terrorists win.
Unfortunate.
So close.
They were low.
And now we're going to do something very stupid.
I love stupid stuff. What are we gonna do?
I'm gonna rush over Tunnel of B with
Oh,
the shotgun.
Remember,
oh! I'm gonna
country.
try Russian A.
They have an AWP.
Oh no! Why would you flash? Why would you flash me? What the fuck? I'm being flashed by my own teammate.
Got it.
AWP A long. There's two in A long.
smoke.
Familiar names from familiar places? Yeah. I wish someday I can stay up until like 2 AM so that I can catch the Volt stream. And I can redeem what I wanted for so long. Oh. Sometimes shotgun is great, sometimes shotgun is just a little bit hard to use. It feels like a few people always go through A long. I'm gonna try to just like throw a nade there.
I mean, I got rid of the one that was on B, but
Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
yeah, we're getting piled on.
Green always flashes. Someone's rushing. Jumping shot, nice. Oh, sorry.
I stole the AWP! I stole it!
Got him!
And it's got a serpent on it! Or a dragon or something. Yeah, back to you.
I got the wrong gun.
Stole it.
I did something very bad. I stole someone's
Okay.
AWP and I threw it away.
Wow.
Incendiary. Grenade out. Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang.
Oh yeah, I forgot my farm ass had a demon on it.
Laying down smoke.
Mid.
I'm looking A long.
I think they might be going
Short?
short to A, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
probably
like
short.
it too. Yep,
Yeah, short.
there they are. Flashing.
Throwing flashbang.
Oh, on top. Oh. Oh my goodness.
How'd they miss me?
They were all raining bullets on you.
I really do love A.
They do, yeah.
These fellas are not playing anything else.
But it just looks like they are not going A long anymore.
Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade. Smoke.
If you're not gonna, then go.
A long 1, 2. Oh shit, they rushed out. A long.
Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire.
AWP. Eat
Yep,
time for
I hate
dad.
AWP. It doesn't belong in Counter-Strike.
I know, right? It's just like one shot kills, so
It's like, yeah, how fair and fun is that?
yeah. Eat time for dad and have a good eat level.
That's the only thing I don't like about Counter-Strike is the bloody AWP.
The AWP I PP Bijong.
Go, go, go.
We rush in.
Laying down smoke.
Sounds like long again.
I'm
But they
hiding
could
at
change.
yeah. I'm hiding at long currently.
Oh! They got him?
One at long. Not the bomb
One
though.
long?
Yeah,
Okay.
but not the bomb. I heard small sniper at their base, kind of.
I will. Hmm.
I'm hiding here.
Oh, he's hurt. He only knows I'm here, though. He only knows I'm here, so stay there.
Yeah, I'm staying here. Careful.
Okay, see if I can lure him out. I'll go down here, and he will only come to me.
There we go.
Yeah.
Got
let's
him.
go.
I'll help you this time.
Yes.
Yeah, we got him. Kobolds, pack tactics.
That was great.
Yeah. That's our kobold shining.
Come on, jump, jump.
Alright, now I can use that spot anymore.
Probably not, no.
I'll try one deep inside.
Throwing fire.
There you go.
Grenade. Flashbang.
Oh, they probably camped in. I wouldn't trust it. That's behind.
Someone's looking at A short. I'll take a long look at A long. B.
Beep, beep, beep.
I'm rushing in. Oh, there's someone at the left. At the door.
Grenade.
There's two people guarding B now.
Smoke.
Oh, nice. Oh, mid. Oh, nice.
Hey, they cleaned it.
Stuck right in the
Good stuff.
Wait, what? Technical timeout?
Oh, someone left.
Did they?
No. Yeah.
Oh, they did too.
Watson with double S?
Huh. Watson, huh?
Watson?
I just realized we got quite a bit of money amongst our team. That's cool.
Yeah. And I'm using PPP Jong, so I can always buy the gun and not feel broke.
Hmm. It's like Final Fantasy 7, getting your squats in.
We need squats. Look at my squats, so slow. Ugh. Yeah, leg day. Leg day. Yeah, we're gonna do the leg days. Very important. What if someone just comes in and then it's like, is this a ritual? Am I in a cult? Or is everyone just having a leg day?
Gotta work them glutes.
Oh my god, I have a headshot percentage of 0.
I'm at 33 apparently.
one going in.
To be fair, I didn't aim for the head, to be honest. I'm just shoot when I can.
Throwing smoke.
Yikes. I'll throw one deep inside. It bounces out?
I think I had an extra grenade on me too.
It's okay. Do they expect me to be here again? Nope, they don't. Yikey beaky, that was scary. Oh, and A.
that's why you don't aim for the head.
I know that feeling.
You're gonna save the ump? Really?
I mean,
We're pretty rich.
no, this person only has 2,000. But still.
My lazy as gold. You're talking to their mum. How to use my don't.
My mic doesn't work. Good.
Terrorists
Oh,
win.
2 people died from that?
Apparently.
We take those.
Wait, they're streaming?
Who? I know I am.
No, not you, someone else, apparently.
Oh shit.
Let's move out.
This time with gosh dang streamers. They're ruining the
Oops.
Counter-Strike community.
Flashbang.
Yeah, it's gonna be over here.
Grenade out. Laying down smoke.
I meant B though. apparently.
That's so many flashbangs.
Oh boy.
I was thinking I didn't know one was going, so.
Yeah.
Throwing a grenade.
They waited for me to jump down. Guess they really do love A. Let me try something.
Move it, son. Deploying flashbang.
I'm blind.
Throwing fire. Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
I'm so bad with the shotgun. I'm never using shotgun ever again.
Wow.
Watson.
Let's go. Grenade out. Fury out. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary.
Ooh, a lot of barbecue noises. I think if I hide the same place, would they still fall for it? They're coming out. Careful.
No idea.
I'm reloading. No! Nice.
Incendiary out.
an AWP.
Nice!
Oh my.
Significant amount of explosive damage. Explosion.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
I think I'm pretty bad at terrorists in this map. Mm.
Maybe.
Rush
That's
B?
what we have been working for.
I love Rush B, okay. I was thinking of which bomb to buy. Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god, they all headshots?
Did he turn on X?
I don't know, they're all headshots. I have 0. Still a 0 headshot rate.
Let us go.
The last B?
I'm throwing a flashback.
Ooh. Hi Nexus.
What? He was in this.
Oh. Pistol round CT is just like that. I mean, probably?
Maybe.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
We must work together.
I think they have snipers. I'm gonna throw
Yeah.
on box. On the box smoke. Going A long? Wow. The bravery on going A long. Hi Trash Panda.
How'd that teammate miss?
Let's wait for a bit.
Behind. Yep. Keep an eye out, I guess. Forward. Yeah, probably one
I'm
sitting
gonna-
on A. Then yeah.
I'm gonna wait for a bit.
Yeah.
Fair
close to
enough.
waiting.
Fair enough. 2 snipers. Damn.
AWP.
Oh my. Oh.
Throwing a flashback.
No, you gave them time.
Terrorists win.
Yes, yes, yes.
They aced. Oh my god. What the fuck? That is just pro gaming.
MVP.
That is just pro gaming. Oh my god. Have been lurking, gonna resist applying some pet pets. Ah.
Now
I don't see them though, but no matter. Oh, did they? Oh, is the streamer bot? I mean, I updated OBS and a lot of things just go wrong. I have to check that. Mm. But it's a thought that counts. Tiny. Oh, he really didn't come out.
Really? Flash your team. Chant louder, boys. Marcus can't hear us. Guns, guns, guns.
Oh, I was trying to give them AK, but I took my PPB John instead.
I think I tagged him. I don't know, but I am really, really hurt.
Oh my god.
What?
Double tap? Double tap?
How?
Holy shit. That has to be sus.
Yeah, that is. I'm gonna report that.
That one was very
Submitting
sus.
aimbot because he got you and me in the same time, in the same frame. So yes.
At a different angle.
Yeah, different angle, same gun. You should probably report that too.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Just boom boom back there, both of us dead. Yeah, just bring up your menu, right click, and then you can bring up the exclamation point thing.
I
Click
reported.
the exclamation.
Someone might be rushing A long, I'm checking. Nope, they run back.
Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Ooh, they know that I'm here. That was obvious. They defused. That was unfortunate.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Are his stats actually that good overall though, or just lucky?
Cats on it!
I'll stay here.
I don't know, but if you spam twice, if you spam Deagle twice, and then headshot 2 times, I don't know.
No one can shoot a D-Eagle that fast to hit headshot twice. Out of all my years playing it.
I think the double, it's not the double tap only, it's more like the shoot 2 times unreasonably fast.
See, aren't you glad I gave you the AWP now? Oh, plant.
Bomb has been planted.
Ooh, why are they?
Yeah, they're saving. Don't peek.
I'm
Just
not
hold
picking. Yeah, I'm holding her.
Hey, yo, did I just hit them?
Oh, A short. They actually didn't really save, I think.
Terrorists win. We will dance on your graves.
I saw them last second. Oh, if I only had a strong enough gun, I would have gone through the wall.
Lucky recoil? Is that a thing? Can you recoil bullets?
Doubt it.
Not that I know of. That one cool fish. I mean, Ducky is pretty cool. Oh my.
AWP. Miss. Apparently no one checks the hole anymore?
I guess.
Last one killed me mid.
Okay. Might be here then.
That's a bad spot to be. He can see your feet. Yeah, see your feet before he can see you see them. Yeah. Look away!
I'm not coming out unless they. I'm not coming out unless they
Yeah,
defuse.
stay, commit.
Commit. I'm gonna save my gun though. I'm dead. I'm not dead.
Hey, I didn't get to save that gun. And you got to save the AWP.
I know what AWP. I'm just getting it for someone else because I can just buy PPP Jong.
You know what? I'll try this out.
Ooh.
Are they rushing mid?
Oh my god. They're rushing A long and then just like AWPs the shit out of them. Crazy. Yeah, someone's defending there now.
I don't want to risk losing this. This will give them an advantage.
AWP in the middle, I think.
I saw him.
Yeah, I saw it too.
Hey!
Nice, got him.
That's sniped with this thing. That was cool. Let's go.
I'm not taking the AWP anymore. What happened? Did you hurt your leg? Oh, I got the bomb. Oh no.
Yeah, the one there.
In the middle?
Yeah.
I'm trying. I'll try to follow A long.
Why? I was about to peek with my gun. Well, we're going. We're moving. Okay.
Got him.
Behind.
I'm gonna go plant. Someone's blocking me. Nah, I'm planting. What are you gonna do? Rush here?
Behind. He's gonna
A
pick up
short.
my gun.
A shot one.
Long. Hey, yo. They picked
Oh,
up.
I shouldn't have peeked.
Ooh.
I shouldn't have peeked. I'm dumb.
He's probably gonna take my gun.
The SG. The Singapore gun. Shrek smash
Oh,
and
he
crash.
didn't. He kept the AK. You're alright. So we cannot lose now.
Yeah. Oh, I gave me the explosive.
pressure.
I love my PPP Jong. I'll give you a smooch. Shrek Smash and Crash Racing for the PS2. Is that real?
You know, we haven't been B for a while.
We can try.
Plant.
Planting.
Yo, one through smoke.
Rush them.
I got
Kill
one
him.
through smoke and that was great.
Give them what for?
That went well.
Oh, it's Goofy. Hi.
This is our fight.
I cannot AK.
I'm going with the American skin.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Whoa!
I'll bet doing good, Goofy.
Throwing a flashbang.
Nice, Goofy, dang.
Hey yo, I'm behind.
I'll stay here just in case.
Activating the bomb.
Nice!
Oh, there's two! There's one more! Oh, unfortunate. I thought you said Goofy at first. It's kind of close, I get that.
But you do realize that if we detonate this, it's a draw.
Yeah. We take the draw. What the fuck? Are you cheating?
You saw that, right?
I saw that. You were cheating.
Holy shit!
I'm gonna report you. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
What the fuck was that?
I saw a little bit of my helmet and I was like, that can't be, so I'll pull the trigger. Oh my god!
I cannot believe it, metal.
Wait, I was the most accurate because of that?
I think so.
Oh no. The one with AWP, the orange was more. Holy shit!
that shot was insane.
Something.
Yeah, there's a skill group per map in CS2.
Kinda wish I was streaming so I could have clipped that.
I'll clip it for you. I had that on stream.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't know how to
my
clip though.
God.
Anyone in chat knows how to clip? That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
If I remember, after you finish stream, I can do it.
That would be nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Eat PC. Why? Why are we eating PC?
Oh, adrenaline's pumping from that.
Yeah, that shot was insane.
Holy shit!
That one tap headshot? Damn.
I guess that lag actually came in handy.
Lag actually helps. Oh,
Are there any awards? No, no awards.
did anyone actually buy these things?
Oh, what things?
Like the stickers,
I have
everything.
no idea. You know, some of the singular sticker packet capsule things look like condom packets. Weird, right?
Yeah. Orange spotted spinefoot is my true form. Maybe I'm a fish all along. Oh god. Oh no.
Like that one scene from Chicken Run. We all quiet like a fish. Yeah, like a fish? Just what?
There's a lack of dragon stickers.
I know. There's like no reptilian stuff.
Yeah, sucks.
Well, except some of the Python and hexagon-ish looking skins for guns, but that's all I can think of. God, if I keep
Right.
playing Counter-Strike, I'm probably gonna end up being as good as I used to be back in the day.
And metal can carry me.
Probably. Who knows? I used to be twin AK ranking. That was the highest I could ever get. I couldn't get into the really high competitive tiers.
I got Gold Nova, and that's like my highest possible.
Oh.
At Nuke, which is just now. I honestly never played Counter-Strike before. When I was like middle school or younger, or maybe around that time.
Yeah, I was always playing it when I was in high school and primary school because it was free.
Oh, I don't play it because I'm so afraid of first-person shooters, or like first-person perspective in general. It scares me so much when I was young.
Yeah, I would be scared to come up the middle as well.
Nuke is a map that probably suits
shiny
SMG.
AK.
Play more and you love your SMGs. I love my SMGs, yeah.
I know. I'm so much better with SMGs.
Right? They're just so much better at handling. Who needs precision where you can just spray?
Right?
You're going A-long?
I'm gonna regret this.
It's okay, me too. They haven't seen the bomb yet. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Aw, I hit him twice, but it wasn't quite enough. That's unfortunate.
They haven't seen the bomb yet.
Wait, blue disconnected?
Oh no. I can't with precision. Oh, I'm so bad. Dust is pretty rifle biased. I can definitely see that, yeah. Oh, we already have a technical timeout. Oh, they're
Yeah,
back.
we lost one.
It's okay, they're back. I voted no for this. Did I shot them some? Oh, I shot some, okay. Metal is bike. What?
I'm not a bike, I'm normally a backpack. Oh!
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Oh my god!
That guy's dead as fuck.
Okay, that was a crack shot.
People are cracked in this game.
Wow.
Think we can wait for a little bit.
Maybe. Oh yeah, I forgot I had a hamburger on this thing.
Someone coming from behind. I heard footsteps.
Yeah, we're not gonna win. There's three coming at you from the other way too.
Crazy.
Crazy? Us crazy ones. Looked me in a rubber room full of rats. The rats drove me. Hang on.
You were crazy ones. They got the AR shot.
Yeah, golly.
Gally.
Good golly. Gosh. Screw it, we ballin'. Rush.
We ballin'?
Move,
Fuck it, we
move,
ball?
move, move, move.
Pocket ball.
Tag me.
I'm too late. I'm sorry.
Someone can pick up my gun. Someone can pick up my gun.
What's your gun?
No,
What's your gun?
on the ground somewhere.
What's
It was
this?
a Mac 10.
Oh.
It's a skinny skin. Oh, fish.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was the closest I could get at the time. Wait a minute, is there someone behind me? Yeah. Yeah, they're short.
Yeah. Damn, I'm dead.
That's unfortunate.
It was so bad.
There's an AWP looking at short. I don't know if you should continue forward or not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh,
It's a small sniper.
oh, that's a.
I thought it's
Okay. I thought that's what I got you.
I can't see you. Oh, it's called SSG. I call it
What is? Oh, the skin.
the small sniper.
Oh, the small sniper SSG. Yeah, I call it a scout. That's what it originally used to be called.
I call it 小鸡 because
Did you?
AWP is 大鸡.
Blech.
Terrorists win.
Scout is a normal term. Oh, scout.
Oh,
I think I heard of scout before.
yeah.
We will make them regret this day.
You call it scout? I call it 小鸡 because
Follow the bomb.
because I'm Chinese.
We lost someone.
Already? Oh shit.
Yeah, they're not coming back.
I guess. They were pretty laggy. I'm gonna try to bait.
BB.
I baited him. They never know that I'm here. Yikes.
Uh-oh.
Guess we should just hide.
Hide.
The other must be saving. Run!
Wait, they disconnected?
Ow! Yeah, they
Oh,
just
I
we
saved
take
their
those.
gun. Anyone want it?
Who?
Anyone?
I don't think. Maybe not.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I have a gun.
Hold up, that. I can't see. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw fire behind us just in case. Hey yo, fire kill?
Fire kill, we take those.
I throw in a flashback. I planted.
Long? I don't know where the other one is. Long.
Oh my god, true.
Oh!
I'm actually hacking.
Smoke!
Oh my god, I'm actually hacking. Do you guys see that? God
The ghillie as
damn.
well. What's up with that gun?
I don't know. Guys, I'm
What's
actually
up with that gun? Oh hey, Blue came back. And his ping's fixed.
Oh yeah, it's not laggy anymore.
Sweet. Must have stopped that pawn.
Yeah.
That's always what I say.
I know, right? It happens.
I was like, oh no, I forgot. I'm downloading porn. I have the whole push pull.
I'm going a short because of the smoke.
I'm throwing a grenade.
Oh my god, it's AWP.
Oh, I was
Yeah, what's in
typing. Yeah, they come behind you from long. One's on the right coming up.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you! Oh my god, thank you.
Go.
Here, I'll take this and see if anyone wants it.
Oh. Sure, I will attempt the gun.
The AWP?
Yeah, that'll be a poo.
You got this, I believe.
I have not used it properly in years.
I've never used AWP before. Someone's rushing.
I am really, really low. Hey yo, an assist? Ah, you got it, cool. Alright, coming.
Oh! I got
Well, I
assist.
didn't hit anyone with it. Yeah, have that. I don't want it. I really don't want it. I hate it. Ugh.
Yeah.
I feel so dirty.
No AWP.
Move it, move it.
Wow, 2 snipers on mid?
We have so much money.
Holy shit. I got a flash one more time. Ooh.
Careful, there's around that corner. There's 2. I think. Yeah, back out.
I don't wanna.
Ooh,
Damn.
you got the one short. Cool. Wait, why'd they give me the? Oh, never mind. I know why they gave it to me.
Wait, let me cover out a short so that we can.
Ooh, okay.
Someone's
no,
at our
move,
house. Someone's at our house. A T-spawn, sorry. Not house. Oh, nice.
Well, at least we got the money for the plant too.
Yeah. I just much prefer Gali AR when it comes to rifle.
Right?
And this is not as jumpy as AK. It feels like AK when I shoot once, I'm looking at the sky.
I mean, it's better recoil control, but yeah, you sacrifice weapon power apparently.
Yeah, a little bit. I got a gummy worm? That's why attack fire? Yeah, but it's like a high risk because you attack fire. And then people can just like rush you down. Because you require more accuracy now. It's just skill based, I think. My skill is not there. I don't think I can use AK ever. Out in the open, let's go. 0? Someone fished out 0.
Oh, he's hit hard. He's hit hard.
I got him!
my god, I love to see it.
I thought I saw someone there. Was it not?
Kobe. Nah, fail. It's gonna blow. He's saving whatever gun he happens to be
I don't think they are.
saving.
Terrorists win.
Kobe.
Kobe.
My turn for my American gilly. Or gully. I just wish it wasn't worn down.
Ooh, B this time?
Can't really see the American colors on it.
Bold. I love it.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Oh my god. Sorry, I think I shot you.
No, you didn't.
Oh, they're not? Hell yeah. I'll try to go out. I don't see anyone. Someone's at the hole. Oh!
One tunnel. He was so distracted on me with the bomb, he didn't bother. Sure. Well, I guess I'll take that as a win, but max money.
We have so much money, we're loaded.
Well, time to go to Daka Daka.
Time to show my dragon with this with all this gold.
20 dragon noises? Wait a minute.
Daleka.
No, don't go forward!
They're rushing in.
Yep. Never mind.
I want to check the hole, but I'm afraid there might be like AW perk. Someone at spot. Nice.
Did he just snipe with a Mac 10?
No, he rushed in. Gonna
Say,
lag,
that's
someone check.
terrifying.
Pants cheat. Oh my god. Let me try this gun. Night M4A1. Huh? Getting banned as huh? Mm.
Well, they have been one down all match. He didn't, he kinda quit, so...
Oh yeah. Smoke.
I'm sorry.
What happened?
I flashed you, mate. I'll just spray and pray, I'll eventually hit him. Oh, never mind.
Oh my god.
Holy crap.
Oh, two of them left? Crazy.
Yeah, for Queen and Country. Spider-Man
Three,
has.
3 versus 5? Oh. Oh wow.
You know what, I'm about to defuse kit, so if I die, feel free to take it off me.
I'll buy her grenade. What if I knife the metal and then I can take the kit? Betrayal.
Alright, alright. Roger that.
Oh. Stick together, team.
Stick together. Back.
We should save.
We should save.
Fall back.
I don't see we should save.
Good stuff.
Well, that was the C menu that showed up a little weird menu Ding.
Alright.
My C is
Yeah,
like...
when I pushed C, there was like a weird chat menu thing.
Oh, I mean, ZXC has them. I don't see hold this position. Weird. Oh, no, no, we should save. Weird.
He's coming back.
When Kobold has the coffee.
Agreed.
Yeah. Oh, one of them is back.
Oh, he's back.
Maybe they're trying to fix the connection.
Alright.
I'm going B. I'm just gonna one high explosive grenade here. No one's here.
You're over here.
I got you baited. I'm coming. I cannot see anything. Am I going forward? Oh, I am.
One.
Still the base. Going from behind. Hey, you're loading? Oh, too bad.
Hey yo, gaming?
One spawn.
I'm gonna say, bring a knife to a gunfight? Ow!
Nice. from behind. Oh, wait, where's your kid? Did I get the kid? I got your kid.
Oh, did you get it?
I
Oh,
got
you
it.
got it. Cool. That's a free one then.
Yeah.
Oh well, MP knife.
P Jong. Actually, no. I'm gonna Negev and B.
Let's go.
I'm looking at B.
B bomb.
They're still in tunnel.
Yeah, in the tunnel. One mid. Hey yo.
Don't come in! I'm Negev!
Behind me.
Behind you. Tunnel.
Tagged. Oh, he's mid. Careful, he could come from mid.
I'm hiding behind the car.
Oh, never mind. Yay, you got MVP.
Oh my god! Negev good. It's
Yeah,
actually
good. Changed my mind.
Negev.
Oh yeah, I should buy a kit.
I still have your kid.
Hey, that's good. It's recycling.
Yeah.
Grenade out.
Alright, this time. One smoke. No!
B again?
Yeah,
B.
B again. They know where I'm trying to hide this time. That was obvious. I was trying to hit
Where's
them
your
with the,
negative?
at the car. Oh! Oh no! Oh nice.
Ah,
We lost a kid.
I was hoping to grab your negative. Wait, match point already?
Oh damn.
Oh snap.
They're getting
Well, I can't
smoked.
really buy anything this round anyway, so.
I'm gonna try to use a rifle this time. And actually
Oh no, not that thing.
try to be a proper rifleman.
With gaming.
Throwing smoke.
Throwing
That hurt.
smoke.
Oh, the bomb's here.
Oh gosh, they gave up B.
Throwing a grenade.
Oh, I didn't get to do anything.
Yeah, I was just at B, throw smoke, and that's it.
I'm a tenderizer.
Most assist?
Oh, I got a reward thing.
It's like we go and chew them first, and then the dragon can finish them off. I think
Win one more match to earn a skill ranking thing.
I'll play one more. I'm getting a tiny bit dizzy. I'll play one last one, and then I'll call it a day. I might have to lie down for a bit. I haven't fished this whole day.
Fish.
Fish. We need fish. Oh, I'm dead. I have the Sunny. I don't have the antidote. I'm here to rip base and catch ass. Damn, that's hot. Why can't I get the mousy milk? Breen stole it from me. Milkzino.
Milkusi.
Mauzusi? Love me some Mauzusi. You think if I say there's no one playing, will we get a match immediately? I think there's no one playing.
They all quit.
Because
What have you done?
it's Monday. Oh, it didn't work this time.
Because you're expecting it to work.
Oh, someone found it. Stinky.
Stinky. Oh. Deuced.
Deuced.
It's always deuced most of the time.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's the classics of classic of classical classics of classic.
I mean, it was part of the mod and it just kept upgrading since then.
Yeah. I love how they went to mid immediately.
No, 15 seconds. I want to get in there spawn.
I recognize Malatuki from the team, from like the next team.
I shot at someone.
So no.
They were just fighting around. I'm like, hey, look, gun.
Oh, that's the AWP noises from Fish. Scared me a little bit. It's like, what? The game hasn't started yet.
Fish.
No more talking. Now we fight.
Mid.
Yeah.
Grenade.
Oh! I'm bad at the game. Oh. This one's probably at our base somewhere.
Ow!
Ooh,
Oh well, doesn't matter.
got him still.
Someone's angry.
Get him!
We just walk up to him.
Who?
Like he's walking up to him and you shot them. Just
I have the pee jong. I'm rushing in.
oh, never mind.
No one's here?
Yeah, one.
Smoking door. One in tunnel. Egg. So many eggs.
Ow! That really hurt.
Dang. Kenny G? If Kenny G is the MVP, I have to go to Kenny Rogers. Or maybe just play a Kenny G music. The classical.
Oh, hello.
Who? Gosh diggity dang. No, Kenny G! No one took the bomb.
I would pick it up, but there's smoke in my way.
I picked up the bomb. I'm going A short.
What? Why?
I'm so bad. I shouldn't have challenged them like that. I should just waited. I should just waited. Nah, I should just waited.
Oh well.
I'm using a rifle. I shouldn't have jumped like that.
Rifle?
The rifle. Scooter? Look at the cool dragon. Scooter.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
We kill them all and then we kill them all.
Damn, we're just rushing out. Crazy.
I'm throwing fire.
I mean,
Apparently.
it's good.
Why don't we stop?
Bomb has been planted.
Bloody flashbangs.
Oh my god. Now that time I wish I have a rifle. Oh, they're trying to kick me.
What? No.
I guess I'm too bad at the
Why?
game. They cannot handle a noob at the team, I guess.
I only have one kill. Why would they? What? No.
I mean, I had 0.
You have 1.
The big man, silver moment. Yeah, I mean, it's kids. They cannot carry a noob and then they just blame everyone. The classic.
Pretty much.
Yeah. It's like anything bad, kids.
I'd rather have someone bad on the team than someone not there. Because numbers are everything. Also, I don't like it, so... Behind that door, yeah. Careful. Hell?
Nope.
Oh, back up the other guy. He's gonna be.
I'm going. Oh.
No!
No. What do I do?
Not the bullpup. No.
Kick me then.
I'm not kicking you.
No, I'm asking Kenny G. A kid cannot carry me and then trying to kick me, I guess. Classic.
I'd rather have someone on the team than have a 4v5. Numbers are everything.
I'm gonna take the flashbang. Ooh! I'm trying to take the flashbang! Were they not impressed by my PPP John headshot moment?
Mm.
This is what we have been working for.
Oh, damn. That's impressive.
Turned on hacks.
Oh shit, wait.
Heavy tagged one mid. What? How do you not get him?
Oh shit.
Another one mid. Yeah, probably go A. Yeah, go A. Yeah, go A, go A, go A.
Should probably go A, yeah.
The other one he saw was roughly around B through their spawn, so he should be okay up until that point. Yeah, smack there. Nice, 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 nice.
And I'm hiding.
Now
They
you just
know-
sit there. Just.
They don't know that I'm here, hee hee. I'm the sneakiest bolt ever.
Oh. Yeah, careful long.
I just have to afraid of here.
Yeah. Long, long. Go, get out of there.
Oh! That was too fast.
I fear no man.
The fact he keeps trying to pick silver especially. Oh, nice. One after the another. you
There we go.
You got me, I got you back. Don't kick Kobold. There are toxicity in this game.
Oh yeah, it is everywhere. You just
Yeah,
can't not.
it's everywhere.
Apparently it's even worse in Fortnite because all the 5-year-old kids can't control themselves.
Yeah. And then they think that because this game is like more realistic than Fortnite, then they think they are like the elitist.
Yeah, I know, right?
Because this game is realistic, they somehow give them like some sort of a superiority complex.
One was mid.
I smoked a double door. Oh no! AUG is too
so
good.
close.
It's a bit tough. I don't think we can.
What are you pinging my gun for? Not you, someone else.
Someone's looking at mid.
Window, one window.
Look at this place. They would never expect this.
Shoot the door. Yeah, door last. Ish.
There's still 3 of them.
Oh,
I'm hiding.
tunnel.
They don't know that I'm here. I'm going out!
Tunnel,
With a
tunnel.
bang! Oh!
And they wanted to remove you.
Nice effort.
See, if we had a 4v5, then we wouldn't have had that now, would we?
Now fuck them, I'm reporting.
Just give people a chance, that's all we ask.
Someone just doesn't... Tira, fuck yeah. Oh my god, it's Merp. Hi. Hi, Merp.
Let me guess, he's gonna like yell at me now for being the lowest.
What the fuck? Do you really hate me that much? That you're willing
Ooh,
to...
apparently, yeah.
Yeah. What if I vote kick him? No, I don't want to do that. I'm not gonna stoop that low.
Nice. You failed.
It's okay, they tried. Wanna try A short? I can try smoke the spot. Give me a second.
Just follow the bomb at this point. Wow, through the smoke.
Through the smoke? Damn.
I hate a little bit, huh?
Hi, how are you doing?
Go. Help the ground beat.
Got him.
Yes! Plant! Yes! Woohoo!
Bomb has been planted.
Who says big magazines don't carry?
Yeah. 64 bullets.
Hold up. Is he mid?
I don't hear him.
Yeah, don't peek.
I'm not peeking. I don't wanna.
He's probably walking.
Oh, you book
Yep, there it is.
Sure expected that, to be honest. Get him! I feel like the person comes in and is like, huh?
Oh, he's trying to vote you again? But you're doing so well!
I don't know, I'm better than him at this point.
Yeah.
Kids. Maybe they don't like... You know, I was about to say they don't
Maybe
like kobolds, but there's 2 of us. I shouldn't have said anything. Is someone coming in from mid, rushing in? "11-year-old? That's generous, Solar." 11 is generous.
11 is generous.
Could be 7 at this point. He's definitely
Why
curious.
he's
Someone
trying
to...
to vote
Yeah.
you specifically, and not me.
Maybe how bad I was at first, I guess? And then they just be like, oh, first impression bad, forever bad. I wouldn't be surprised if they think like that, to be honest. AWP mid.
There's another one down there. And behind. Long,
Behind. I was late. There's no sensible way of be getting 2 votes at this point. Yeah, there's definitely 2-person queuing. And then 1 single queue. See,
He's still trying to kick you.
at this point, just troll at this point. It's alright. Or maybe they don't like me playing PPP John forever.
I don't know.
Right? The instant 2 votes is very telling. It's kids having fun, I guess.
I was gonna say, can we stop going long?
I'll follow you to B. We can let them, like, attract the attention, and then we can go B sneaky. No.
Yeah, he's sitting on the box with the AEG again.
Oh, I looked at it.
See, he's dying from other stupid stuff. He's blaming you.
Look at me. Oh! Kids don't play CS anymore, they play Fortnite. Those are at least 16-year-olds.
He's like, you know how to move.
You know how to move? Random is probably the the single queue. Here, let me just report, and so that I don't need to listen to them talk. Random is actually like, playing the game. So Death Plays and Kenny G is probably together. I'll try to look at A though. Oh my god, the guy's so good. I'll just like, no, nah, don't even entertain them. They are seeking attention, then just be like block and move on. Because if I say no, they'll have something to.
Oh,
like...
they're trying to kick me now.
It's okay, I'll vote no for you. Like, if you entertain them, that's what they want, right? They want reaction out of you. So just stay quiet and they'll be like, oh, you're no fun, kids. Oh, I didn't buy BAM. B?
Mid.
Trying A short, I guess? I believe one went up to A short. Ooh.
He's not even getting anything done. He's just getting headshot all the time.
It's alright. The kid is also cute, so I don't think you can get enough votes. Yeah, it's a 2-on-2. It's a 2-2-1 queue, I think. I'll look at B.
Let's go. Laying down smoke.
Hacking?
Look at that.
Who?
Now Blue's calling out the other team hacking.
Why not? They're just bad at the game. Oh shit. Ooh. Jumping headshots? Damn, that was good. Cheeto actually succeed. I was in the person. Someone surprised that yelling about hacking. Yeah, kids. The person being kicked isn't getting a vote. The person getting kicked will vote no immediately.
Move it, son. Incendiary out.
When they die, it's like hacking.
Throwing flashbang.
It's pretty normal. I'm gonna hide here. The classic spot.
I'm hiding here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 2-2. Actually, I might just go A short actually.
Bomb dropped.
Oh, nice. Just
Well,
in
I guess we gotta stop it.
yeah, just in case I'm gonna look at A short.
Counter-terrorists win.
No.
There you go.
Nice. Random. Holy shit. Yeah, 3-2 is a kick. So long as everyone votes. I believe anyway.
I think so, yeah. 3-2 is a kick.
What? What happened? Did someone say something?
Let's give it to the boys. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Throwing a grenade.
Yeah, I'm opening fire.
Grenade.
I'm hiding here.
Short.
Oh, I'm going. My game crashed? My game froze like crazy. That was on stream too, that was weird. Yeah, there was a huge freeze for no reason. That was unfortunate.
Terrorists win.
What you saying?
Yeah, I thought it's like a full-on crash. What are they saying? I had them blocked. I cannot see what they're typing.
Did more than him that match.
I tried.
Let's have a
Oh, we tried. They like the elites. If they cannot carry a team, why cry? You know.
That's not guarantee. You haven't seen the bomb. Whatever.
smoke.
I'm hiding A long.
Short. By the sound of it.
Short.
Yeah, long and short.
One's long.
Flashbang.
I'm going A short.
Found one. Oh! They got him.
Oh, bombs at mid. I think that one.
Yeah, mid.
That one might be coming from A long actually. Let me check.
Counter-terrorists
Nice.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
If they were gonna stay thought, they would probably not be getting matched with silver trees. True.
I think we can't see each other's ranks, otherwise they'd be like hard.
Ooh. It's a AWP. Oh, you spraying with that gun? Oh. Even I know how to tap shot. Damn, nice. That was a very aggressive, easy peasy lemon squeezy. They were all still at mid just then. That was so fast. Holy shit. What rank is Metal? Metal, I think, is unranked for now.
I'm unranked for now, yeah, until I win another one.
Oh, tunnel. Ooh,
How'd you miss?
that was crazy. Where the Cowboys name Metal? Yeah. They could be playing out in rank, although depending what rank it's treating Metal as.
What?
Ice Kobold, Lightning Kobold.
Yup.
Fish my hacks? Oh shit, don't fish on my hacks! They're not supposed to be seen by anyone. They might have AWPs.
I don't know.
One more. Would they expect me to be here again? Feels like a silver game. Oh, Solar is judging me. Us. I feel I'm being judged. I'm looking at A long.
I hear one. Don't peek though. If I die, that's it.
Colin.
Don't tell me you're gonna.
So cute. I'm gonna jump up. Oh, it's here.
Short.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm going short now. I'm going in from long. I'm rushing from long. Oh. One disconnected?
I stole it before him. I'm totally contributing. Yeah. Wait,
Your buddy isn't voting anymore?
Oh.
It's
No,
just...
he voted.
I just think it's
He
cute.
voted last round.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
What?
Yeah, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at
That's what I can't.
Kobold. Doing squats.
Leg day.
Why does this work when sometimes look at me do this and then like some other people were just like tempted to like follow? I love doing this in random in like random queuing.
During a timeout.
Yeah. And then during timeout when I do this, some people would just like follow. It's like hell yeah, let's go. I wonder if I would have good or terrible ping playing with you. Where are you from? I want to win. That was like the most visceral I want to win, all caps. New Zealand? I mean, you're closer to metal, right?
Yeah, that's pretty close to me.
So I guess it would be along the line of 120? Maybe a little bit more, depending on the location?
The ping between us and New Zealand should be about 60 to 70, I believe.
So it should be around like 150. Kiwi. Kiwis are so
Sounds about
adorable.
right. Yeah, sounds about right. Should have the same ping.
Kiwis are pretty
They
adorable.
reconnect.
Tasty
No,
too.
they didn't.
Go, go, go.
Does that mean we have a chance?
Throwing smoke.
Well, they can't win 2 more.
Yeah.
Throwing fire. Grenade. Injury out. Throwing fire.
Hello.
Grenade out. Grenade out.
I kind of want
Oh,
to.
is that B? Is it? I'm hearing a lot of nades.
I'm rushing from A. Yeah, it's probably B. A has no one.
Ow. Hey,
Hi,
flashbang.
friend.
Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang. One end clear, lads.
He'll probably be A planting, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm going A short and check. Seeing no one yet?
No, I don't see anyone yet. What the
City?
hell? Is he any spawn?
I haven't checked spawn yet.
Oh,
Mid.
it was. It was.
Mid? Oh.
It was. He just ran up the middle.
No! Why are they so like visceral? No!
Move it, move it.
What?
Throwing fire.
I used to
Grenade.
rule chocolate chips.
Incendiary. Throwing a grenade.
That's grenade. I'm sorry.
It's alright.
Flashbang.
One short.
Yeah, short.
I'm hiding it long.
Grenade. Deploying flashbang.
Oh, KDG died. Let's see if they vote me out.
B. I
B?
believe he B now. Yeah, go B.
I'm going.
I got A.
Bombs at A
Oh.
long.
Long. Middle mouse click, I think it is to ping it.
I didn't ping it. Why? Then I took the bomb and booked it.
Yeah, he booked it.
Yeah. It's hard to say where they're gonna go from there. Nice!
There's no stopping us.
Oh my goodness, good shot! PP Pichong. Depend on whether it's direct or via USA connection. I don't know if it's gonna be USA connection.
That's funny. He's like, please, please, I'm begging you, drop me a gun. I'm like, fine. I'm a non-team player.
Beep beep. Beep beep Pichong.
Grenade out. Flashbang.
I keep forgetting this thing has a really cool skin. Oh, bomb over there. Okay.
They're still at spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bomb is still at their spawn. I think we should still stay on point, I guess. I love the spot. They somehow they never check the spot. And I don't check it as well.
I don't check it either.
Yeah. Hide. I got you!
I
AWP?
ping it.
I wanna ping it. There.
I wonder. I don't really care about this gun and I've got a lot of money, so...
Oh, someone
Wait,
from
they
our team
left?
disconnected. Still at the spawn?
He's hurt.
It's okay, I'm
Yeah, he's
looking.
still coming. Slowly.
Yeah, I think they're trying to save the AWP. They're gonna get sniped. How are you doing?
I was hoping you'd get greedy. I'm out.
No one checks that it's real.
Check. Apparently he wants an M4 from me, but
M4? Who? Kenny G? I can't see what they're typing.
There's no stopping us.
come here often.
Hell yeah. We love dust too.
Apparently.
Everyone loves dust too.
Really? I buy that for you and you throw it on the ground? Because you're an idiot.
What a dick.
Probably just trying to be a dick and like get rid of yours and my resources.
Yeah. I mean, I blocked them so I cannot see what they're typing. It doesn't appear on my screen. Or if they're using audio, I cannot hear anything. I have like communication closed up. ID power. I love how that guy is like the most pro on their team, like 3.8k damage, and they are playing like that. They're talking like that. It's just kind of funny. The energy. Lend me your energy.
He is so angry! Why the fuck did you smoke? They're B.
Okay. I'm trying to rush from A long. See if I get sniped.
Why would your AWP point blank?
I mean, they tried, I guess. Come on, kick me. Vote kick me. There's only 4 people here. Oh shit! Are you doing another game after this?
Probably not.
I think I probably have to take a break. Getting a little bit dizzy, I'm sorry. Look at me spending all my resources on nothing. Tired? I'll try. Ooh.
Short.
Gunshots at B, but I don't see anyone coming up. Coming from mid. Oh, sorry. That was you. Thank God I missed. I have nades.
Blue doesn't deserve to win.
We don't want to tie it. That's why we rushed. Right. We don't want to let Kenny.
I just didn't like blue.
Same. It's just BM. Bad mannerism for no reason.
Yep.
Too bad I didn't hear them like shout, "Why did you smoke?"
Yeah, that's what he said to me. Why the fuck did you smoke?
They should probably they probably play the saxophone a lot. They probably like Kenny G.
Probably.
Yeah. I don't blame them. Kenny G is god tier. Like I know the music, the jazz. Yeah, saxophone is cool. Like that music is being memed to oblivion, but that music is unironically cool and nice and good, right? The same thing with Rick Roll. It's like that is legit a good music. Like you say Rick, you got Rick Roll, but I like the music. It's good.
Yep.
Yeah, I was like, I don't mind. But yeah, I'm gonna go lie down for a little bit.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing with me, Metal.
Yeah.
Maybe next time we do this, we can ask Solo to join as well.
True, yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thanks for playing.
Yay.
There, done. I join, collect my horde with two kobolds with you. Hell yeah. 2 kobolds and a dragon. I'm sure nothing's gonna go wrong with that, right? It's just 2 kobolds and 1 2 kobolds, 1 dragon? Huh? I am also terrible. I don't believe you, Solar, when that two headshots with Deagle, and then you have like so many terms I never heard of. It's like, nah, Solar's good. So Solar knows this game like way more than I do. Like definitely. My tier is so great. I don't. No, I'm not. Oh, I'm feeling slightly dizzy. Give me food. I want food too. Now for real, I'm bad. Knowing and doing are different. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Because like I know a lot of things about Tekken as well, but then doing it, nah, I cannot do it. Oh yeah, thanks again, Metal. Metal streams too, did you know? Yeah. Look at that, it's Metal. Oh my god. Here is a kobold, which is great. I sense bias. But it's okay, kobolds are great. Hell yeah, kobolds are great. Like, I know the AK spray pattern is reverse 7, doesn't mean I can actually follow it. There's a pattern to it? And people found it? That's crazy. It's just 7. The pattern. I mean, Merp is also pretty great because Merp is a kobold. Metal is great because Metal is kobold. And you know who else is great? All the dragons in the chat. Yeah, get appreciated by a kobold. Honestly, I just love dragons. Like, what about gators? Oh yeah, gators are also really good. And gators are honestly like pretty cute. I mean, like the wet fishing. We got red. The wet fishing with a gator that I fished out. It's like I like them. They're cute. Yeah. Attaches to it. There's 2 kobolds now. Oh, Tikaka is still Thurman. Maybe we can raid the Tikaka. We can definitely raid the Tikaka. After the first time it's reversed? Oh shit. I'm surprised Tikaka is streaming at this time. Did Tikaka not sleep? Oh no. But still, we're gonna raid to Tikaka. Oh, also what's funny is that I got shouted out by Tikaka once, randomly. I was like, oh hey. I saw it at the activity feed. Oh, it's already 5? Damn, man. Counter-Strike makes time flies. Also, something that I never really mentioned is that I now somehow has 1,611 followers. I know, like, followers doesn't mean like necessarily bigger few accounts, but it's still a big number. Like, whenever I talk about follower counts, and I was like, I never envisioned myself to be in this space, in this place where there's like more than 1k people cared enough to press the follow button, right? Because at least pressing a follow button means that I got the attention enough to make them press the follow button, right? So I think it's honestly pretty cool when I think about it, right? It's really nice. I'm only missing 5 for the 800. I'm sure you go like really, like the numbers are gonna boom. I love lurkings at so many streams. Merp is one of them. It goes back and forth at the top, but like I said, knowing this and doing anything about it are totally different. Yeah, it's difficult. It's already difficult to aim at people and to know the recoil pattern and adjust according to how the recoil works. That's like tough as fuck. Yeah, I thought you had more. I honestly thought Mert had like more than I do actually. Explosion is always nice. Me just small baby streamer. Yeah, Mert will be a big streamer someday. I believe that. Mert has the kobold energy that I want to have, but I don't really have it as much. You have double? I mean, probably that I started a lot earlier than you do, probably. Merp will be a popular and small streamer. Popular small streamer. Merp tiny bold, small bold. To be fair, I'm like, for kobold, I think I'm kind of big in terms of like kobold size. Yeah, Merp is smaller than me. Big channel, little bold. Yeah. Every kobold is different. Honestly, true. There are chill kobolds and there are chaotic kobolds. I think depending on my mood, sometimes I'm super chaotic. Sometimes I just chill as fuck. Sometimes I'm an angry bold. I think there's a lot of different versions of kobold for me. Depending on how I feel or what games I play, I guess. But I think generally I'm more towards the quiet kind of kobold. If that exists. I mean, it exists. Here's one. Sometimes talk about dragons for 2 hours. Okay. Point taken. Unless I'm talking about something that I'm truly enthusiastic about, then yeah. You're more the wholesome kobold, I'm more like the screaming kobold. The screaming fun kobold. What's wrong with 2 hours of dragons? Nothing's wrong with that. I love 2 hours of dragons. On me? You know, when people said death by snoo snoo? Uh-oh. Never say it was bad. No, it's not bad. It's what's better than good? It's nice. Great? Oh, it's great, yeah. Ice good. Awesome, perfect, fantastic. All of them. Yeah, that's all of them. The dragons are good, great. Oh, hey. Awesome, perfect, and fantastic. Thanks, Breen. Wink. Like the 90s sitcom. Oh brother, and then turns back to the camera and wink, and then camera and then the circular cut. Or well, I guess you got me. Breen has soft bosom is all we need to catch a tear. Big tear. What's a soft bosom? What's a bosom? Let me check. Bosom. A woman's chest or breast. Oh! I mean, yeah, true. Also, I know why Tira likes SMGs. They are submachine guns and, well, so... I'm being called out! Mine isn't meant to be super soft. I want the entire Tira. I want the entire me too. I mean, I'm not even gonna deny that I think maybe I'm actually sub as fuck, I guess. Ooh, mug. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. 100%. Yeah, hopefully, are you a sub or do you have decision fatigue from ADHD? The answer, both. Yeah, most likely. Oh, we got Nexus Brick. I'm a kobold, I roll, I loot, I love. Love that kobold energy. The roll, loot, and love. Love that. New roll. The roll. Oh yeah. I already forgot about this. I haven't... Let me see if this works. If this doesn't summon burning... Oh no, streamer bot is actually not working. Oh, it's partially connected. Shit. Oh shit, how do I connect to my Twitch again? Is that on Twitch? Wait, how did they change this so much? Can I share a video I got while playing Buckshot Roulette with a friend yesterday? Snail's house? I mean... Oh yeah, sure, Breen. Yeah, of course. I saw you were playing with 2 deers and a snake and one one I forgot who is that. Lavender? Oh, it's not. It's Kobold. I was like, the color is like immediately lavender. I'm not too sure what Snail House is. Coffee Chippy, of course. Yeah. Go buy groceries, but I wish you a nice rest of your day, evening. Thank you, Chip. Thank you. I'm gonna eat medicine after and just be like, lie down for a little bit. It's like, Oh, here, accounts? It's connected. Why it's not connected? Oh, it's not connected to my OBS. It's disconnected, but I didn't say what's going on. Oh, yikes. I'll try to fix it later then. I also like to share a video. It's a music video from Snail's House. Very wholesome and colorful. Colorful. I want moss. Give moss? That's so generous. I want moss. Moss is great. Yeah, I'll try to figure out what's going on with OBS and StreamerBot. Send you on Discord. Thank you. I'll check it out afterwards, but I'm probably gonna go and lie down for a little bit first. I'll check it out later. Thank you, thank you. Well, no Bernie, but we still have this. Discord, so that you know what's going on with my streams and stuff. I think that's pretty much it. I'm just gonna we're gonna ask the elder boat for uppies. No watching on the stream? How long is it? I might be able to. Oh, it's 4 minutes. I don't think this is copyrighted. I'm not too sure actually. I sent a clip over Discord. Okay. It's okay. I honestly don't know if it's like copyrighted, so I'm sorry. I'm not gonna watch it here for now. I've sent Burger on Discord. Oh shit. Yes. Burger. I've sent more times on Discord. More times on Discord? Oh my god. No, I didn't see it. There's no merp. Oh, sorry, not merp. Sorry, there's no war times. Let me type in the rate to Tikaka. I think Tikaka will be still. Yeah, Tikaka is not rating out. Good. Very, very nice. Alright, I type in the rate. I'm gonna go take a break and lie down. I'm still not feeling too good. But I'm glad to be able to do this again. The last few days being sick was sad. They be drawing feet? A good lizard feet. I love them. They look good. Not that I'm into feet, just they look good. Yeah. Anyway, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all fucking loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobold loves you. Right? Yep. We love you. Here comes the raid. Titikaka. We're raiding to a Elder Bold. Too bad the yip command doesn't work because streamer bot is broken. I might have to fix it as soon as possible next time. Wahoo! Wahoo!
Yep.
Wait, it works! Huh?
Yep.
Wait. It's...
Yep.
Ooh, shiny.
Wait, so is streamer bot working? No, the yip works. That was weird. Keys? Even Chinese? Oh my god. Love me some keys. Yeah. I still remember Wolf Times gave me unlimited power in Discord. I was like, oh shit. Don't know what to do though. Alright, I'm gonna raid out. I'll see you guys on Thursday while I do some art, right? Take care everyone. Kobold loves y'all. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Take care.